one crew beat a team playing only back heel. MLS.
Iqbal's going to be a key player in the middle of the... And Kazem's actually coming inside, playing almost as a second striker, so at times mirroring that look with Ali pushing up on the right side if they can get him. But that is going to leave them at the back if they're not careful in those transition moments.
So the way Manu Kone there just collapsed onto Ayman Hussein as he was trying to hold it up again, the big man up front for Iraq. Here's Dembele. It's behind Koundé. Iqbal into the middle of the field. Said Ismail. And it was good backtracking running there from Barcola because it looked like Iraq had an opportunity to come forward there with Hussein Ali. Michael Olise on the ball, and you heard so much from Thierry Henry talking about him, what he means for this French team. The change at the half of the opener with Senegal.
We've got time to talk about it today. Gonna add on to some of that terrific discussion that they had in the studio with the whole crew just about the question marks that France always have and some of the differences that Didier Deschamps, the big decisions he has.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Epstein. I am in the presence of my colleague, Eric Henty. We are both visual artists, and we represent Art Upfront Talks. And I would like to focus in today on the incredible journey that Eric Henty has made as an artist, and basically focus in on... Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Epstein. I'm in the presence of my colleague, Eric Henty. Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Epstein. I'm in the presence of my colleague, Eric Henty. We are both visual artists, and we represent Art Upfront Talks. And I would like to focus in today on the incredible journey that Eric Henty has made as an artist, and basically focus in on his own development and philosophy. And we're going to just very simply ask Eric some important questions about his career as a visual artist and be inspired by the information that he wishes to share with us. So, Eric, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for that introduction.
Of course. So, Eric, is there a certain kind of an order to the questions you want me to ask, or can I just follow through with any question at all?
Yeah, just start wherever you'd like.
Okay. So, Eric, each artist, either consciously or unconsciously, deals with specific themes. And could you maybe introduce us to examples of themes that you work with or have inspired you to build your own compositions?
Very, very good question. Yeah, sure. It's this last series that I did and still working on has many different themes, but they mostly deal with human relationships, and a lot of them are very timeless ones, I think. And for me, that makes it interesting that they can not only be applied today, but also to basically any time in the past that humans have been around.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Epstein. I'm in the presence of my colleague, Eric Henty. We are both visual artists, and we represent Art Upfront Talks. And I would like to focus in today on the incredible journey that Eric Henty has made as an artist, and basically focus in on his own development and philosophy. And we're going to just very simply ask Eric some important questions about his career as a visual artist and be inspired by the information that he wishes to share with us. So, Eric, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for that introduction.
Of course. So, Eric, is there a certain kind of an order to the questions you want me to ask, or can I just follow through with any question at all?
Yeah, just start wherever you'd like.
Okay. So, Eric, each artist, either consciously or unconsciously, deals with specific themes. And could you maybe introduce us to examples of themes that you work with or have inspired you to build your own compositions?
Very, very good question. Yeah, sure. It's this last series that I did and still working on has many different themes, but they mostly deal with human relationships, and a lot of them are very timeless ones, I think. And for me, that makes it interesting that they can not only be applied today, but also to basically any time in the past that humans have been around. And you can see some of these same themes in art history. For example, the piece behind me, let's see if I can move a little bit.
That's great. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. It shows an artist on the right-hand side of the painting, and there's a sitter in front of him, and he's painting. It's a very small canvas that he's painting on, but the sitter is represented in a couple different ways, which makes the theme, I would say, it's kind of multi multi-dimensional, depending on what you're focusing on in the artwork. But the sitter is, in my mind, now these artworks are open to anyone's interpretation, and that's the beauty of it.
Right.
But I personally see her as a spiritual sitter that is inspiring the artist. And in the artwork, you could see she has her palms are out. One is a yellow palm, and the other is kind of a bluish greenish. And it's as if the sitter is open to the artist, giving the artist inspiration, giving of themselves to the artist in this relationship so that he can render a portrait of some type of her. And I think it does operate on several different levels. I have other ideas about this particular piece, but I don't know if it's necessary to go into it. I have other artworks that, again, you can interpret in many different ways, depending on what you as a viewer are drawn to. For example, I have a piece where there's a young girl seated, and she's holding a small bird, and the title of the piece is Girl with Wounded Bird. And the idea of this is a human relationship with the natural world. The girl is showing compassion to the natural world. And if you look closely at this piece, the way she's holding this bird, it also forms the shape of a small musical instrument, which adds another level of meaning to it, where you have a harmony between a person, nature, and her surroundings. And there's more in this artwork as well. And again, it depends on what the viewer focuses on. A lot of them, in my mind, they have multiple meanings. They are done in, I would say, Cubist style, contemporary Cubism, but they're not fractured images to show brokenness of any type. They're more multi-layered to show different meanings in the artwork. It's, I think, rare to show a human being that is not multi-dimensional. I think we all, and I try to represent this in the artwork.
Right. So, in your dealing with the theme of people, and also with imagery that has a certain kind of a symbolism connected to it, and also trying to find the relationships between individuals and their environment, individuals and the natural world. Do you think that as an artist, that the artist has a certain kind of motivation to educate people or to involve them in a certain kind of social importance of a theme that inspires people to think about the world or to think about their surroundings, so that basically you are trying to motivate people to think about the direction and the focus and the relationship between the artist and the society? What do you think?
I think you said it very well. I do think that is my motivation. I think earlier in my artwork, when I was working on pieces, there definitely was some symbolism, but this latest series seems to reflect more of my deeper beliefs and thoughts about the world. And I do hope to stimulate from the viewer, first of all, an emotional connection, that they see themselves in the artwork, something that they could connect to, and an affirmation of humanity itself during this time where we seem to be going through so much technological changes. Our whole world is based on very quickly moving technology and information, and it seems as though sometimes humanity takes a back seat. People are striving to survive. They, have goals to support their families, and that's understandable. Everybody's trying to make a living, and it's I think it's important to be able to stop, to reflect on what it's like to be a human being, and be able to see the world around us, maybe not through the lens of technology or information, but through a very humanistic type approach that preserves our humanity during this time.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't lose it. I mean, progress is great to some extent, but if we lose what it genuinely means to be human in the process, then I think a lot of people would argue that that's not the kind of progress that, as a society, we need.
So, when I see your work, you have a very strong sense of color, a very strong sense of design and composition. And how, as an artist, do you stay away from cliches that people throw at you? In other words, if I examine the composition and I see the designs and the abstracted images, there is a certain stylistic connection historically to artists like that, such as a Picasso. If someone comes and says to you, "Oh, I see you're working in a Picasso technique," how do you respond to that? Because for me, every artist that creates a work of art with the intention of using their skills, their understanding of form, composition, design, and structure, creates something original. How would you try to avoid the pigeonhole and the cliche of being compared to just an artist?
Fantastic question. Fantastic question. And this is the way I see that, is that every artist is born into some time in history. And I see every artist that they don't necessarily come up with um, a fantastic originality that no one has ever seen before, because we're all influenced by artists that have come before us, artists that are contemporaries, and that's actually, in my mind, that's a wonderful thing. Take for example Picasso. Someone says, "Well, gee, your work is just like Picasso's." I would say, well, yeah, I've been influenced by him. There's no question of that. I've been influenced by other artists too, Chagall, Matisse, um, Cezanne. There's lots of artists, and Picasso himself was influenced by many artists as he developed his styles, I should say, because he moved through many different phases as he grew older, inventing Cubism along with another very good artist. His name, I don't know why, escapes me, Brock. Mm-hmm. They worked together creating that style. He went through a blue period, a pink period, and some of those in reaction to some very critical experiences in his life. But to get back to what I was saying, say, for example, Picasso, he very much was influenced by Cezanne, El Greco. If you look at his painting of the blue guitarist, the limbs and the fingers are all elongated, and that's very much a characteristic of El Greco's characters in his paintings. And even the blue in that artwork, though maybe for different reasons, El Greco uses some of that also, and someone could have come along at that time and said, "Gee, I think that's an El Greco." But Picasso himself admits to using those influences and then creating his own styles from it. African sculpture, which he started to develop, especially when he did a portrait of Gertrude Stein. He during that whole time, which I guess there were many sittings involved while he created that portrait of her, he got her face to be kind of cubistic.
Interesting.
And so, yeah, it's every artist, and many times are influenced by artists that have either come before him. And I'll mention a very contemporary artist. Let me see, George Condo. George Condo, extremely connected to Picasso. He borrowed many things from Picasso as he started and developed his artwork. He's got Cubism in there. He's got multiple facial features that he uses. He does put different twists on things for his own originality, but yeah. But I'm not Picasso.
Oh, so, you're Eric Henty.
Thank you, Stephen. It's a great question, though.
So, thank you very much, for giving that kind of context. In your work, there is a story. There is a narrative. And I've noticed over the years that I have exhibited with you, I have seen you develop your work, there is a narrative
Hey.
to the composition.
What?
Can you give us some basically
I'm streaming
description
this
in terms
on
of
YouTube.
what kind of
I
narratives
could eat here
do
with
you
you.
create
Okay.
in your
All right,
compositions?
that'd be great, hon.
Give us
You
some
mind?
sort of awareness of
Okay.
the kinds of narratives
sorry,
you've used
I kind of got to
to
pay
build your
attention to this.
compositions.
Well, also, great question. One thing I do before, and if I don't do it, I should. Before I create an artwork, I say a little prayer. And I ask God to guide me, and I very much believe in divine inspiration. That as I'm working on something, I allow and open myself up to a divine kind of inspiration, and I'm asking God to work through me. And for me, that creates a lot of meaning for me in what I'm trying to accomplish. And as far as narratives go, I think that I was trying to express earlier that I have accumulated, by my age now, a lot of life experience, and I think subconsciously it forms different kinds of images, and I try to allow those to reveal themselves onto the canvas. And it's sometimes they materialize from memory. Sometimes they materialize from things that I felt that were important in my life. For example, the image of the fish symbolically has always been a spiritual symbol for me. And you and I have discussed this earlier. We talked about one of the pieces of artwork I made years ago, but for me it's still memorable. And you were very helpful in locating some Christian artwork that was done many, many years ago with a man catching a fish.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe that was either during Greek or Roman times.
It was during the Roman period, that's true.
Yeah. And in that artwork, there was the image of a fish up high in the artwork, and then there was more like a cow to the side, or a bull. And then there was a small character in there, and his face had an expression of how would I say? I would say not alertness, but a bit of anguish almost.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, that expressed something that I wasn't totally aware of at the time. But then when I saw it on the paper, I was like, that's some of the angst that I feel, that struggle, that tension, spiritual life, and also too, we're flesh and blood. We're tied to this earth in many ways, and there's a real tension there. And as human beings, we're called on to reproduce. That's a strong urge. We have, we have to, in a sense, we have to hunt and gather. I mean, in a sense, we have to provide, and all those things are very much tied to the earth. If you want to talk about an earthly plane, a spiritual plane,
I'm a little grouchy because
and there's tension between the two.
Mm-hmm.
And that artwork for me really represented that tension.
I
And
love you, and I'm so glad I'm here with you.
it's very revealing to me when there's a discovery for myself through
That's yours.
making artwork. Something I really enjoy about it.
We'll see. I just took a bath.
But yeah, I probably could, look at some of the other artworks I've created and talk about other stories. One quick one comes to mind is created an artwork with, it was at night. It was a nightly scene, and it had a parental figure in it, and a younger figure in it, which I related to as myself. And the moon was shining behind, and then there was a small turtle in the front. And when I was a young man, very young, maybe 7 or 8, I used to raise turtles as a kid. And my mother was very supportive of me. And I remember the day that one of my favorite turtles died, and I took that turtle and took my shovel, went down behind the embankment in the back of the yard there and buried that turtle, and I was crying. But this scene had some very, for me, had some of those emotions in it, at which is, I guess that would be like a story, like you're saying, a narration to it.
Mm-hmm. What I find it very interesting in your work is you're a contemporary artist in the period of now. So you've developed a career in the visual arts. And what I think you have tried to do, and to create some sort of balance between your being contemporary and current, is that a lot of the information of your forms, the shapes, the symbols, have a certain kind of Christian background. So what is very fascinating for me is that when one goes to the colors and the designs and the shapes of your work, when you go beyond the surface of all the information that you've created, there is a certain kind of a Christian or theological information associated with it. And that is the nice balance between something that has a religious connotation and a religious structure and background to it, and it is transformed into something which is contemporary and something which has information and color and design and storytelling, and at the same time it's basically grounded in history, in Christian mythology, in something which is spiritual, something which deals with the scriptures. So that you've transformed the scriptures into a surface, not as a text within the Bible or the New Testament, but it is then given the information that is in a canvas. And when one has that informational connection to Christian spiritualism, they then find a very, very colorful, full of design, abstracted form, even though it is figurative, they will find that balance in your work.
I very much appreciate that observation, Stephen. You pick up very strongly that my Christian faith is very important to me, and that it comes out in the artwork is it's not so much a surprise to me, but that you pick up on that is, I think, quite astute of you, and it's also a confirmation to me of what I'm doing is important. And I think both you and I connect at a spiritual level that's very important to us, and is important in both of our works, in the works that we do. And as I look at the work, especially that I've created from this time, it started from a time when I was up at the lake. It's a cottage that is in my family. It's surrounded by woods. It's on a lake. It's always been a very wonderful gathering spot for my family for years. And that's really where this whole series started. And I would say that that's partly where some of this, the religiosity and the work comes through, though it's not necessarily direct. It's more of an indirect representation. And I guess another thing I would say about this, and I'm wondering if this is what you also pick up on, is that these artworks have been a layered process where, and I'm not going to talk about process too much, but they all start out with a very mathematical kind of underpinning. And I think that those underpinnings continue to build up one on the other in kind of a mathematical, and I as I interpret it, and who knows for sure, I think it's kind of a divine type of architecture where it seems to build up on itself, and then it results in these images taking place. And I've always kind of wondered if someone examined some of the curves, rectangles, and the angles, if they wouldn't come up with some type of mathematical relationships that occur naturally in nature. Or is there some other type of mathematical type formulas that it might align with? I don't know. But it's an important part of creating these pieces.
No, I think it's a very fascinating process for each artist, but when we examine your work, we see something very uniquely being built up, scaffolded from the information that you're sharing, the spiritual connotations that are built into your work, and then the manifestation of that spirituality becomes the composition that you're creating. With
Thank you.
images, with colors, with gestures, and the relationship of certain colors and certain forms that in itself are telling a story. They are telling an interactive, informational story that describes something important and personal for you. So, Eric,
Thank you.
I thank you very much for sharing the information you did about your work and giving it the openness and the excitement that your work deserves.
Very much appreciated, Stephen. It was very thoughtful interviewing. I appreciate that very much.
It was a very, very thoughtful, reflective interview. And I thank you very much for your openness.
Okay. All right. So I think we've wrapped that up.
I think so.
Okay. Let me see. Let me go to stop.
All right.
Okay, hon.
You come?
Yeah, I could come. Wow, we didn't know that.
Change at the half of the opener with Senegal. Any team has ever
They can not only be applied
Hey, go ahead. I gotta use the toilet. Sorry, man. Go ahead, go.
Yes. It's certainly cold, so.
One of the big from the pharmacy for you. That they put for the for you. Put it. Are you getting alerts on your phone? Yeah, that's right. Oh, I was going to tell you how one artist does her marketing. She posts a lot of stuff on Instagram where she's showing her. But what she does is she doesn't put her work up for sale. Like anytime anyone wants to go to the website and buy stuff, you can do. I should say the only thing she has available are these little cell phones, but not her prints or her. What she does is from Instagram, she sends people. It's just a one-page thing and it has some information on it. If you think you're interested or you're interested, that's fine. Print of mine or original. Sign up. And I'm going to be doing a look like it was called drop. It's when they and it's just she does it 4 times a year. That's it. And on specific days, 4 days of the whole year, and from what I could see, it was like 1 hour on one day. June 30th is the next, between 8 and 9. That's when it's available. Yeah. No. But, well, evidently she talks about being successful, supporting himself. Yeah.
Exactly.
It's a good idea. That's also been suggested to ChatGPT. That's what they say.
That method.
Well, ChatGPT got it from some. It's
One strategy. I'm not sold on it.
oh, she's well. One thing she did say is she already has like huge millions.
How did she get that? Yeah, that's a good She didn't offer like a token gift on that. It's a
Right.
sales strap,
Right.
like a canvas bag.
Right. Yeah.
Like,
Sure. No, that has merit, no question. Yeah. But maybe rather than trying to send people right to the website, buy something, should send marketing. Absolutely.
my bags of medicine, also squirrel.
Sure.
I don't know which bag it's in. It's in there. Okay. Yes.
Oh, that's all you really need. Cleaned up that class, right? Just bring some stuff out. Right. Are you done? Oh, individual bills, no, right? You read Truth's letter?
No, I know it. I'm gonna pray say
Okay.
better.
Say,
You know why I figure we won't get to
uh,
just one dinner at the Kiwanis Club
Yeah.
is like $75. That's $150 for the two of us.
right.
Quite a bit of that goes to people like that. So we support that community. Oh, hey. Hi. How are you? Good. How are you doing? I didn't sleep very well last night. I dragged out. Now, why do you think you didn't sleep? What do you think it was what the reason was why you didn't sleep well? Sure. I was tells me sometimes sleep well too. Generally, I mean, but once in a while, some,
Let me ask you a question. Do you snore?
I'm supposed to have a sleep study.
If that could be it.
No, and my doctor told me today, she said, psychopharmacologist. She's a specialist. Right. It's a psychiatrist that specializes in pharmaceuticals.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. She's a doll. I don't know where she's from. She's got this cool accent. It's not quite British. It's German. I don't think I've asked her where she's from. But really great. I like her. She said if that I have a preference to that, if I get treatment to it, she said it might make a difference for your whole life. Because so many things in the body, so many functions depend on that quality of sleep, like hormone balance in the body. And Eric needs to go too, because he snores loudly and gas. So we were both supposed to go this past Friday for a consultation with the sleep doctor, but I just wrong. So I have to call her.
I have to go for a sleep test myself. Yeah, because my primary care physician said, do you snore? I said, I definitely do. She said, do you wake up because of your snoring? I said, actually, I don't know. I know that there are plenty of sleepless nights that I have. I'm not sure what the reason is why, why I didn't initially wake up. I think it's to go to the bathroom, but I could be wrong. So she said, I want you to go for a sleep test. I said, okay. So I went to go see this just who I love. She's also affiliated with Vermont, actually. But she's on Proxy Avenue. And she gave me a referral for a sleep test. And I called today to make an appointment, and they said that they needed to get a referral faxed over from our office first. So I'm waiting for that to happen, and then I'm going to schedule the sleep test.
Wonderful. So we'll all would be maybe I don't know, I shouldn't speak it. I was gonna say we'll all be wearing masks.
Exactly.
In different houses.
Exactly. Well, because because the doctor, the pulmonologist said, what happens is if you don't take care of this, it actually affects your heart. You end up getting heart problems.
Yes, I have heard that for sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I already am being followed by a cardiologist first, so I have a mild heart condition.
I'm sorry to hear that. I didn't know that.
Yeah. My heart sometimes goes too fast, and I have what's called mild ischemia, which is some blockage, smaller vessels around.
And what do they do for that?
Well, I've had one stress test with radiologist, radioactive material.
I have actually. But the stress test it monitors it, but what do they give you medication to try to remove whatever it is that the blockage of
No, it's not a treatment. It's a diagnosis. It's a diagnostic tool.
Okay, it's diagnostic. What I'm asking actually is, what are they doing for it? How are they treating that?
Oh, I take a medicine for. It's a combination beta blocker and hypertension.
Okay.
One medication that treats both of them.
Oh, that's good.
But the blockages that just came about that we know of since my stress test was about a year ago. And this, first of all, he tried to do stress test where you run on the treadmill, but I couldn't. My body was too riddled with pain from the fibromyalgia. I couldn't run on the treadmill. I was like falling down. I couldn't. The idea of the treadmill is to get your heart going. Yes, and have you hooked up to monitors and they can see what's happening when your heart is under stress. Well, so I couldn't have that test because I couldn't run. So had me have this radioactive material, this pharmacological stress test, and the worst experience in my life. And he wants me to. I said no.
What happened to
You would all. I wish I could. Tangible words. The guy says, "Okay, now we're going to inject you with something funky."
Right.
Well, I immediately felt a lot funky, and I felt the feeling was that I was just going to expire. I asked him about 2 or 3 times, "Am I going to die?" Look at his watch, and he would say, "Yeah, 5 more minutes. You're not going to die." I felt like I was almost across the threshold to see Jesus. That's how bad I felt. Like, I'm not saying going to meet Jesus is going to be bad.
Right.
But I was frightened by whatever the hell this shit did to me. And as soon as it was over, that feeling went away.
Oh, thank God. It sounds like you were allergic to that radioactive stuff they put inside you.
Exactly. And when I told that to Dr. Gelfish, he said no. He said, "You're not allergic to it." I said, "I felt like I was going to die." He said, and you know what he said? I said, I felt like I was going to die. He said, "But you survived." Like that. Bastard.
He is a bastard. He's a fucking bastard. Absolutely fucking bastard.
And guess who I'm supposed to see tomorrow at 3:15?
Did he die?
Dr. Gelfish.
Now, is he your cardiologist?
Yes.
Okay, well, you can change cardiologist, my friend.
I was supposed to, in my own mind, I promised myself I would make an appointment for a second opinion before this appointment tomorrow, and I never took care of it. So I'm going to go let him do his little EG. She does every time I go to his office.
And nothing.
I
no biggie, right?
No big at all. Let him let him take blood work and check all my systems in my body. He's very thorough. He's very knowledgeable, but I do not like that attitude.
Absolutely not. Is it deleted with commodities?
He has privileges at Maimonides. But he works steadily in the mornings at Methodist.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Yeah, he's like pushing 70. If he's not 70, he has 7 children, Orthodox Jewish. And I like him. He took care of my dad. I like him. He's totally busy all the time. It's like frenetic. But I don't know. He's very thorough. But I hope maybe I could get on that treadmill again this time and not fall down. I don't know.
Well, let's put it this way. No matter what, you're not going back onto that radioactive crap. No way.
Well, then my cousin Lori told me that if they really want to see what's going on, valves that are maybe clogged, then they have to do an angiogram. It's more invasive, but it but it showed the same thing.
It will actually be even better because it's a physical. The camera goes in to see the blockages and stuff, you know?
Yeah, is that what happens?
What happens is they will put a camera either up your groin or your wrist, okay? And you don't even, you're put out, you don't even feel anything. It's like a nice 1 hour nap. You wake up and you're all refreshed from this 1 hour nap. It doesn't take long. And they put in this camera and they check to see where the blockages are. And that's, I think, one of the best things to have done if you have any kind of auditions because it's very, very clear. It says, oh, okay, this particular valve is this is about percentage-wise clogged, and this one is that percentage-wise clogged, and they see very clearly in the flesh exactly.
Oh, okay.
My mother had it done years ago.
Okay. Thank you. I didn't know all that. I thought they went in through the side by the door.
By the why? Because there's your artery there.
Yeah.
The artery there is what they would go. They go up the artery to go. It's amazing that they do this, but they go all the way up to see with the camera what's going on with your heart, and the arteries are really hard. And yeah. So they get either way because either they go up the groin or they go up your wrists to actually see what the story is. But they don't ever have to, get more invasive than that, which is great.
That is great. Yeah. Well, I'm really glad we had this talk because it reminded me of what he had said about 2 months ago. Now I can suggest that.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, because even though, yeah, that's it. I mean, because there's no way in the world you're going to allow him to give you that radioactive stuff.
I can't do that again. Something was very
Correct. And you know what? And that's it. That's it. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that, Dr. Gelman. That's not happening. So, therefore, what else would you like to do? Would you want to do an angiogram?
Yeah.
And find out what's going on? Because I'm not having that happen. That's it. Period. I'm not. You're not talking me into it. It's not happening. Not happening. Not happening.
I'm a little afraid of them to speak to. Well, because you're being very assertive, and that's the way it should be. But he has intimidated me sometimes.
Okay. So, well, you know what you can do? I mean, this is like a passive aggressive kind of method, I guess. I don't know. I guess see how things go tomorrow. Get fine. We're anticipating all this stuff, and then the bottom line is he may not even suggest it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, unless you know that you're due for that, is that what it is? What you're anticipating is this whole thing.
I'm not really due for anything except a regular checkup. But he was expecting that I would have gotten that test by now.
Why?
Because he wants to get a closer look at the smaller valve.
Okay, then you definitely have to go for the angiogram. Definitely no way you're doing that. No way you're going to do that radioactive thing. Absolutely not.
Thank you. Thank you for standing with me.
But you know what? Maybe, and I'm just saying maybe he himself is not comfortable with doing an angiogram.
No, he does. I have a feeling he did one of my dad. And he actually did my dad's down at a facility with COVID. So, I mean, I think he's a well-respected radiologist as far as Manhattan, the creme de la creme are almost always as far as the best stuff.
Yeah. Your opinion is on that. I'm not always in agreement with that, but I understand. A lot of people feel the way you do about that. I always feel like it depends on the doctor, and because I know my doctor, not quite how it is, but my orthopedic surgeon is in Brooklyn, and he is the best of the best. He's been doing it for 60 years.
What's his name?
Dr. Felicia. Dr. Joseph Felicia, F-E-L. He's an orthopedic surgeon.
Oh, wow. I might need one of those one day. My hips. God forbid. God forbid.
Well, no, don't worry about it, because that's all he does is hips and knees.
Yeah.
That's all he does is hips and knees.
You
That's
had a very good experience.
with him.
Yeah.
It's because he did my total hip replacement. He also did, Ben is 27 now. So Ben was just 25 years ago, Karen. He did my ACL reconstruction surgery 25 years ago.
Wow.
Held up.
Unbelievable.
And in fact, he actually did an x-ray on my knees and on my back and on my hips. And he goes, your knees are perfect. Your hips are perfect. You're just fine. He goes, you just have a really bad back. You have no idea how great of a shape that you're in terms of your knees and your hips. He said, the only thing you have to do is lose weight. He's the one that started this whole lose weight thing. He told me I had to lose between 30 and 40 pounds. And I decided, Karen, I made a decision like last week. I am not going on those GLP-1. I'm not doing it.
What's GLP-1?
Okay. It's like a weight loss medication, like Ozempic.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bound and stuff like that. I'm not doing it. I lost 10 pounds. Thanks, Maggie. That's
Congratulations.
Thank you. And I just feel like, you know what? I'm not going to go on that medication because you know what it does? It makes you feel nauseous so that you don't want to eat. Now, do I want to feel nauseous all the time so that I don't want to eat? No. I don't want that.
So what are you going to do?
I'm going to do my own diet that I do and that make me lose the 10 pounds.
What did he tell you how to lose 30, 40 pounds?
What he said was maybe you should go on the GLP-1s. That's what he suggested. But and then I was on board with that. In fact, I had an appointment for July 22nd, and last week I decided to just cancel it because
I really don't want to go on those meds either. I've lost. It's weird. In the last 3 weeks,
right?
I lost 6.5 pounds. But I weighed myself Thursday, and instead of going down a pound, which I'm sure I had, because I'm on my program that I made for myself that works, I did it a little bit with the help of an app, but mostly it's my own knowledge. I've been trying to lose weight my whole life.
Right.
So not my whole life, but there have been many times that I lose it, then I gain it, but this is the only time that I've ever been this heavy and for this long.
Okay.
So I decided, like you, to do what's working, which is right now.
Right.
And that day, last Thursday, this past Thursday, I expected to have dropped a pound, but no, I had gained 2. So I got really upset, said, damn it. And another thing that motivated me is that I knew I had this appointment with Dr. Gelfish coming up tomorrow, and I know he always weighs me. Assistant always weighs me. And I said, fuck it, next few days I'm going to lose a few pounds. I know it's Thursday and I see him on Tuesday, but I'm going to lose those 2 pounds. And so I hope I did. I'm going to tilt on my own scale in the morning tomorrow.
Good. And also, things that make you gain weight, they also have nothing to do with your eating. It may just be that you're constipated.
Right. And I am constipated.
There you go. So maybe if you take
I do. My gastroenterologist just put me on this new medicine, so we'll see. Because I
remember.
Yeah.
You did tell me about that. And how is that working?
Well, I just got it yesterday. I took one pill last night,
Right?
and tonight I'll take another one. So far, no real results, but I think I need to give it a chance.
Yeah. Definitely.
Because I was taking Miralax, and I wasn't liking that's short-term use.
Yeah.
So, anyway, those constipation issues come straight from my psyche.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with me, nothing to do with fiber or healthy. It has everything to do with that fucking medication.
Absolutely. And you might not be drinking enough water too.
Oh boy, I'm sure pushing it.
Mm-hmm.
I am. I know I gotta get at least 6 cups in a day. At least.
So, if it turns out you get weight on the doctor's scale and it does show that you're 2 pounds heavier, big deal.
I just wanted him to give me a little praise instead of so goddamn parental.
Right.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't say goddamn. Forgive me, Jesus. Forgive me.
Yes. He forgives all. He really does. All you have to do is ask for forgiveness and he forgives. Actually, you don't even have to ask for forgiveness. His being risen from the cross has automatically forgiven all of our sins, past,
Present and future.
So, you are forgiven already.
Thank you. I don't want to have to foul now.
Okay, that's a different story.
Was fruit of fruit.
I don't know this one.
Something about the fruit of the lips. There is life and the power of life, and here it is. The power of life and death is in the tongue, and those who love it will eat the fruit thereof. It's in Proverbs. We are taught, God spoke in Genesis. What did he do? He spoke into the darkness and created light. What did he do? He spoke. So it's very important. You can have what you say sometimes. Your words, I know my words drastically, and my thoughts, of course. That's the harder part. The words really have a big effect on your life.
Yes. Absolutely. And everybody else's life around you.
Yes. Yes. Good point.
Yeah.
So what's happening? You're having this birthday party and you're not going?
Well, right now that's the decision, but that could change. You know, I mean,
What's the date?
It's August 15th. It's a Saturday night, August 15th, 2026 at 6 p.m. at the Greenhouse Cafe.
Because your sister has taken all the plans.
She has taken over the invitations, and I was sending her text messages saying, send an invitation to some, because she was saying, her job, because I did what I did already, which was get the date and set the menu. She just, we had agreed that she was going to have the job of sending out the invitations. So, because that had to do more with interaction with my mom, and my sister knows that I have a problem with my mom, and my mom has a problem with me. So, my sister sat with my mother about 2 weeks ago and finalized her guest list that she wanted, from her senior center, her own place siblings and stuff like that. So, which was good. She was able to get that together with my mother. And then I've been saying to my sister, text messages, okay, send an invitation to, let's say, Eric and Karen Henry, and this is their address, and send an invitation to Karen, Emma, and Tony, her boyfriend. This is their address. And to Susan and Ed, find somewhere Thomas, Thomas. This is their address. So the other day, this is the day that I got pissed off. The other day, I said, so, have you sent out the invitations? She said, well, I only sent out the invitations that Mom wanted me to send out, and I'm waiting for the RSVP for those first before I send out any other invitations. And then I'm going to go over the list of people that you gave me and ask her, and get her approval of those people. And then, only after she approves them, will I then send out the invitations. And I said, why are you doing it like that? If I told her that I would be paying for my friends, I'll be paying for my friends. I don't expect everybody else to pay for them. Why do you have to do it like that? She said, well, because it is her party. And don't you think that she should have the say in who comes to the party or not? I said, well, who's paying for it, motherfucker? She's not fucking paying for this party. We're paying for the party, and I'm telling you that I want certain of my friends there. Why should she have a fucking say in who gets invited and my friends? She should, because first of all, she doesn't fucking know my friend's name. Okay, she doesn't know her own friend's name that she sits with every single day at the senior center. She doesn't know their names. So she's supposed to know my friend's name? She's not going to know my friend's name.
Surprised that Anna.
I am so fucking pissed off at her. She's a fucking cunt. On this fucking ass right now. It's like she's holding to my mother and like whatever. She's acting like she's an infant eating my mother's like and all this crap. And because my father never really cared for my sister, actually, the truth of the matter is, I was the favorite of my father. Of all of his kids, I was. And that I can say completely honestly without even bragging at all, but that was a completely honest thing. He told me everything my sister felt it. He couldn't see her because I was strange reason. He couldn't stand my sister. I don't know why. But he couldn't stand her. And my mother is holding to my sister because my mother feels like my sister is the beautiful one. You understand? She keeps herself beautiful. She married a rich guy. She's got a beautiful house that's thousands of square feet in Westchester. My sister, in my mother's eye, is her prime joy. And so my sister is holding to my mother and is wanting to get more and more approval because of whatever reason. Maybe because my father never really gave a shit about my sister. He really never did. Like I can say that because he didn't really like her. Like my mother doesn't like me. My father didn't like my sister.
That's very interesting. That's a very divisive thing that happened in your family.
Yeah.
But that's the way it was. It is what it is, and it was what it was.
Right, well, because what ended up happening when we were teenagers, my fucking mother, found birth control pills in the fucking bedroom, my bedroom that I shared with my sister, and my mother confronted me with them, and I said, these are not my pills. So she said, so whose are they? Oh, I'm not saying who they are. I'm just saying they're not mine. Okay, so my father sat me down and said, I want to take you to a gynecologist to see if you're a virgin. that my parents got married. Not now, but at that time that they got married, they bring that over with them. It doesn't go away just because they come here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So because of that, they were expecting that Anna and me were going to be virgins on wedding night. That was their expectation.
I had a little bit of that from my mom and dad and my aunts and stuff, but it wasn't like that. And it wasn't like that. I didn't lose it until pretty much right before my 18th.
That's pretty good, actually.
Yeah. But then I went crazy. Like a bird let out of a cage. I slept with a lot of different guys at University of Rochester, looking up and all on the stands. Until I met her. That was pretty soon because I was 19. I married the time I was 13. So, and I on the road, but 5 years out of the road together. And my parents didn't have a problem, so I was lucky.
Thank God, yeah.
So that's terrible what happened. You and Annie usually don't have each other.
Usually we don't. But, this time, so I said to her, oh, yeah, is that what you want to do? Then I'm not coming to the party. So she said, fine, then don't come to the party. We'll miss you, but whatever. So I was like, okay. And that was it. So we left it. So I sent a message to my siblings in a text saying, just letting you know, I had a different mission for the party. And because of what turn that it's taken, I'm not coming to the party. And Anna said, we'll miss you. And that was it. Like a fucking cunt. And I also said, and I'm only paying $1,500 for the party. I don't care what it comes out to, but I'm only paying the $1,500 that I already put into it. That's it. Nobody had anything to say about that, which is good.
You don't get stuck.
No, at least I'm only paying that $1,500. I'm not paying any more than what I already paid. So that's it. So however the party, how much it comes out to, I don't give a fucking shit. Whatever it comes out to, they're gonna have to split it off themselves, the three of them, and that's it. And I don't give a shit. I'm only paying the $1,500 that I already put in, and that's it. That's it. You're not letting me invite my friends, but you have to get fucking mother's approval. She doesn't even know people's names. And she sits with every single day. You expect her to know my friend's name.
That makes no sense.
It makes no sense. It makes no sense at all. She and Anna is not going to be able to describe my friends and who they are. Like, for instance, Barbara from the Kiwanis. She's not going to know. Isabella, my sister's not going to know who Isabella is. Therefore, my mother's not going to know who Isabella is. So therefore, they're not even going to get invited. So I started sending text messages out to all my friends saying, here's an invitation because they got bumped up with one. I said, you basically, you make, you know what? Fuck her. Fuck her. She wants to be on my mother's ass like that. She wants to be oh, my mother. She wants to do that. Go right fucking ahead. And come into Brooklyn more often. Go with her to her fucking doctor appointments. I'm not doing it anymore. I haven't spoken to my mother since the 17th. And I don't plan to until the 27th. I gave myself 10.
I know you did, and I'm very proud of you.
I am too. Because she's been calling me, my mother. She's like, just call me and tell me that you're okay. I want to make sure you're okay. No, I'm not. I'm staying away from her because she is completely toxic.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Epstein. I'm in the presence of my colleague, Eric Henty. We are both visual artists.
Even though she was toxic to you then, he was probably a buffer.
He was her punching bag.
images, with colors, with gestures, and the relationship of certain colors and certain forms that your work deserves.
Very much appreciated, Stephen.
Well, that's a big deal.
It was very thoughtful interviewing. I appreciate that very much.
It was a very, very thoughtful, reflective interview. And I thank you very much for your openness.
Okay. All right. So I think we've wrapped that up.
I think so.
Okay. Let me see. Let me go to stop.
What does interred mean? Buried. Okay. I told you what happened. My father wanted to be cremated. My mother wanted to be buried. So years ago, my mother went out and they bought 2 plots alongside my grandmother, my mother's mother and father, and my aunt and uncle, mother's sister, and my husband. So the 6 of them, they all had plots. And when my father died before my mother, as you probably remember, and when my father died, he had asked me to scatter his ashes on Belmont Racetrack. And I didn't grant it. The plot was already there, and I knew my mother wasn't in this world, and they really did, for all their fighting and bickering and hitting each other and all that bullshit, they really did love me. The fact that they stayed together is nothing short of miraculous. Yeah. So I buried him and I buried her, and that's that. And it cost me a fortune just for the burial, even though I didn't have to buy the plots. It cost me $10,000 to bury each of them. Wow. Yeah. Cremation is the way to go if you don't want to spend that money. Right, exactly. But my mother refuses. She doesn't want to be cremated, so I said, she doesn't get cremated. After love, I said, she's not going to be buried with Daddy. Daddy did not want her buried there, so she cannot be buried there because I own it personally. I bought it with my own money. I bought that plot with my own money. Good thing. Yeah. So. Where's the cemetery, by the way?
Good artist. His name, I don't know why, escapes me.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Epstein. I'm in the presence of my colleague.
Oh, our mothers. Yeah. It's just. Now, can I tell you the reason why I know that because I said to my sister one time, you are to mommy what I was to Dad. Dad was, Dad and I have a relationship the same one that you and Mom have. And that's the way it is. It's just, you comfort Mom just the way I comforted Dad. That's how, but this is how I know that my father felt. I don't know if it was more love, but just felt like I was his favorite. And this is the reason why I feel like, not for anything I've told you yet, but for the following story. And I think I might have said this to you once before, but I'll explain why I think this way. When I owned that house on 76th Street, right, and at one time I needed some sort of electrical work done with the light that was going between the bottom of the steps to the second floor, and I needed to be able to shut off the light upstairs and then turn it back on down while you're on the downstairs. You know what I mean? Yes, I do. Yeah. So I had asked my father on
electrician friends could come over and do that for me. And of course, they would pay him. He said, of course, here's his number. So we came over. I forgot his name. That's irrelevant. So the guy comes over and he fixes the light, does the light, and I'm so grateful. I give him whatever it was, $200, $500, I don't remember. And he said to me, let me ask you a question. He goes, can I ask you a question? He goes, does your father have any other children beside you? And I said, how long do you know my father for? He goes, oh, I know your father like 30 years. I go, wait, you know my father for 30 years? And you don't know that he has 4 children? I'm a little confused. I'm sorry. I'm really just confused by your question. He said, no, your father, you're the only one your father ever talked about. He only talks about you. I don't know if you have any other siblings. I had no idea. It was because, as far as I was concerned, you were the only person that he ever talked about.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so that's how I know that my father truly, truly, truly loves me. You know what I mean?
That's a very, very good dad in general functionality. Because we don't have a big family. It's just my mother and sister on that side. And her sister has 2 kids, and then there's me. So my grandma only had 2 grandchildren. But I was the favorite. And my grandmother loved me more than she loved my mother.
I believe that.
So I know the feeling. My grandmother was my everything. I miss her every day. And I saw that when you posted on Facebook. It's yours.
Yes, I do. I do. But you know, that story that I told you, none of my siblings know about it. So it's not like they would know that my father felt that way about me. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
They don't know that, and they're not going to know about it. It's not something that I ever decided to tell them.
That was better to keep it to yourself.
Not something I'm going to, because it only hurts them. We did feel it hurt, but I know that's how my mother feels about my sister. My sister is completely her everything. Like, she is her favorite, 100% her favorite. And that's just the way it is. Mostly because my sister actually looks like my mother. You know, when she was younger, like my sister looked like my mother when my mother was younger. And also because my sister married a guy who was loaded, wanted a big, beautiful house, and is very materialistic. And my sister's very materialistic. So my mother is very materialistic. So she coincides with, like, she has the same kind of values that my sister has. All materialistic stuff. So they're more in line with each other's values, which I'm fine with because I'm not into that. My father was just like me. He was more about love. He was more about Jesus. He was more about love and family. That's all he really cared about, was love and family and work. He didn't care about materialistic stuff. He couldn't give a shit about it. But right before he died, or like a few years before he died, my mother and father they decided to get a new car. Okay, my father wanted to get a really good Subaru, a full-wheel drive Subaru, because they had a house in Pennsylvania that they used to go to and drive to, and a lot of times it was snow over there, early snow, and just four-wheel drive was much better in general, and it was like a really good hatchback, and it won a lot of awards. But my mother was like, if you get a Subaru, I am not stepping foot inside the car. Like, my mother insisted on getting the fucking Jaguar. Okay? Insisted. And, so she got the Jaguar. And my poor dad had to deal with the fact that his wife was all about the glitz and the glamour and didn't give two shits about anything else but the glitz and the glamour. And it basically annoyed the crap out of him because he all he wanted was to be comfortable in terms of what outfits he could wear, clothing wise, and all she wanted to do was dress him up in these kind of outfits that you would put on a mannequin, you know, like the perfect mannequin. And he worked manually for years. So when the weekend came around, he just wanted to be comfortable.
Dad did stuff just to shut my mouth all the time.
Yeah. So, that's the bottom line is that they, I actually go back to my father. They had lived that life with my mother for so long with someone who was just so antagonistic. That's the word. My mother is very antagonistic. Extremely. She doesn't give a crap about what you care about. If what you care about doesn't fall in line with what she cares about, then she thinks you're an idiot. Like, for instance, I have a only cousin that lives here, who lives on Avenue P at 59th Street, something like that. And he's very into soccer, so she's like that. Before starting to make soccer games and stuff, he wants to watch that. My mother doesn't have any soccer at all on her TV. If it's not playing on regular, like Channel 9 and Channel 7, she doesn't have any packages that have any kind of sports. So for him to come over to her house when there's some sort of soccer game going on, it's a gigantic sacrifice for him. But for her, she feels like, what's the big deal? It's only a soccer game. He's like, you don't understand that. You have no understanding of what it means to be a big soccer fan and to miss the soccer game because for you don't even appreciate it. And I remember one time he said to me in the car, he goes, your mother really upsets me sometimes. And I said, why? And he explained to me, he goes, she actually thinks it's no big deal that I'm missing the game tonight today, and I'm dying that I'm missing the game tonight. I want to see the party, going to her house. But she made me feel like if I didn't go, that I was such an ass. I said, I'm so sorry, Andre. This was a couple of years ago. This was not even during this last, few months. It was a couple of years ago. I said, I'm so sorry, Andre. She has absolutely no consideration for what anybody else cares for. This is how she is. I'm sorry, but I know I've had to deal with that for all my life. I know, I'm sorry. So he said, so when we sat down at dinner that day, I made a comment. I said, Mom, I just want to let you know that it's a very big deal that Andre is here tonight because there is a soccer game going on right now that he is missing, which is a very big deal for him. And she was like, don't be ridiculous. That's so stupid. My mother, it is not stupid. It is not ridiculous. And you are rude to even be saying that to your cousin, about your cousin, because it is not ridiculous. It is something he cares about. And that's that. And so he thanked me at the end of the night because he drove me home and he goes, thank you for saying that. I appreciated that, but I knew that she was going to feel like, that she was going to turn around and say, belittle me, basically, because I like soccer and I stay home for soccer games and stuff like that. And I said, I'm sorry, I tried. He goes, I know, I see. Thank you. But that's how she is. She doesn't give a shit about anybody else and about what they think is important. If it doesn't go in line with what she thinks is important, then you're an idiot. In her head, you're an idiot. It's the most disgusting thing that a person can be. It's just so nonchalant about what somebody else really cares about. You know what I mean? It's just like, it's just really hurtful. Yeah, I'm sure you do, my friend, because I'm sure you had some of that.
I've had some of what happened? Oh, you sent something on Facebook about somebody building a rocking horse.
Oh, yes, that was like, I just kind of remembered this.
You're never gonna believe this. The same day that you posted that, Eric broke by accident this wooden rocking horse that sits on my coffee.
Wow.
I couldn't believe it.
Was he able to fix it?
No, I think he got the glue. He's gonna try, but he might need to. He's been looking online to try to find some way to replace it.
Maybe to get like a whole new one kind of thing?
Yeah, it's about 9 by 12 inches or a little.
Oh, okay. So it's not okay. It's a little one.
It's a little one. I hope I didn't get you all riled up now, darling.
Not at all, not at all. I want to share with you a good movie that I actually just finished watching. It's excellent.
Let me grab a pen. Yeah.
It was posted it on Facebook. Decoration Day.
Hold on 1 second. Okay, go ahead.
Decoration Day.
Okay.
And that's with James Garden
Yeah.
and Bill Cobb. Bill Cobb, COBB was the black guy in it, and James Garden, you'll recognize his face. Excellent movie, sort of 2B. And then I just started watching Driving Miss Daisy.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, I never saw it before, so I just started watching that.
Ooh.
Yeah.
All right, my darling.
It was great talking to you.
It's always great talking to you. You even hear about that or about anything, you know I'm there for you, sister.
Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that and love you for that. Thank you.
I love you too.
All right, my sister. Have a wonderful night with your husband. Enjoy.
Thank you, thank you. And so have a good night and a good night's sleep with sweet dreams.
Thank you. I would like that. Sweet dreams. Ciao, ciao for now.
Ciao, ciao.
Bye.
So when I see your work, you have a very strong sense of color, a very strong sense of design and composition. And how, as an artist, do you stay away from cliches that people throw at you? In other words, if I examine the composition and I see the designs, and I've noticed over the years that I have exhibited with you, I have seen you develop your work, there is a narrative to the composition. Can you give us some basically description in terms of what kind of narratives do you create in your compositions? Give us some sort of awareness of the kinds of narratives you've used to build your compositions.
Gorgeous.
Hi, how are you? Thank you, yes. Small wonton soup, roast pork, egg foo young. That one with brown rice, and pineapple chicken with white rice. Like, please get fortune cookies and an egg roll. Thank Okay. There's six? Yes. Okay. So.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. Yeah, that's okay. No, no 36. 35 is 70. 36. Yeah. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, take care. Good. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, sorry, I'm just about to sit down to eat. Is everything all right with you?
Yeah, so everything, but I'm sorry. Go eat. I was gonna ask you.
I just got it delivered.
Okay. And I'll have to order my experience.
Thank you, Wendy. You too.
Very cool. Thank you very much. Right. That's you. Welcome. Okay. So, seems home safe. Word for F. Hug you. Praise you. Stay. Just continue to bless all of our spiritually traveling with safe comfort for hearts of giving.
Maybe in the bed. Oh, let's see.
Ah, wait. Picture.
That's right. Same.
Say one more. She wanted to find some.
Happened to someone too. That was very small. Oh, hi.
Okay, time.
I'm eating, but I take it you got to go to bed now.
No, well, Karen, I'm always in bed. I watch TV.
Oh, okay. Are you gonna be up for in a half hour?
Yeah, that's fine. I'll just bring you some, I'll bring you some with me.
Thank you, Susie. I'll call you in about a half hour.
That's fine.
Thank you. servants. Oh my. He just scored. Like that. Very
Do you use it? How is it? Sounds it's just so Mhm. Really? So, so just what? Oh,
Ransom.
uh, well,
See, it takes
No one. See you right today. One area. Pass. Hair. Really. There we go. Somebody. See. Yeah. But down the street. So, oh, yeah. Be so. It's not too. It's not. It's a so. Open. Open. And then when I was
Oh, what's that? Remember? She, I'm so seven. Eric. So that, remember?
oh, yeah. 600.
Still,
Bengals was. Yeah. Very happy. Things. Fun. Uh, say that.
RIT. Eric, you have some. And I started seeing John Fisher. Eric. Together. One married. Seeing John Fisher. Break down the software, the very basic software was to give commands to your
Uh,
C-SPAN, not C-SPAN, Brother Scott,
sure.
so, so I took that and it's called something, station.
Uh-huh.
They had a mouse.
Very good.
They had a mouse.
Yeah. Good.
At Morrow, they had a, that was 77. Us,
That's fine.
this was this huge thing. That song. So, study, science.
Oh. Oh. Very good. Very knowledgeable wrestler. Kids can get their like teeth certification.
What I do.
So, I think certification and that open doors for right. Signal sir.
Fine. Very. That also was it. And the thing with Scott Riff, they're saying, Bowery. Joel Lynn.
Oh.
He was a
Yes, yes. Since retired. And they did bring the back for a while. They never became what they used to take them in here, sir. But as soon as that guy who taught that left, discontinued the shame. They did the same thing with shop. Yeah, a beautiful shop. I ran it for years. No one ever. So she was but she did something. the guy from Egypt. Short, stouter. His nose is there. You done with everything?
I'm sorry I'm late. Are you still up for it?
Oh, yeah, for a few minutes. Having trouble breathing tonight. It's gotten humid. So, how are you?
So it just seemed like it's been a while, so I wanted to check on.
Yeah.
Have you been experiencing a lot of heat up there?
No, it's been beautiful. It's been like top 70 degrees, no humidity, sunny. Today was been really, it's been raining pretty much all day. So, but yeah, up until today, it was like perfect weather, which is what I want. 70s, you know, just and nice and cool at night. Yeah.
That's beautiful weather. You're right. You actually got a spring.
Yeah. Instead of going from, snow in the driveway to, I gotta put the air conditioner in.
Right. Able to.
Let's see, I think I did talk to her since you and I last talked. And she seemed better. It was so weird, Sharon. We were talking, and then she just got quiet. But I hear this, like, weird grating kind of noise. And then she says, "Can you hear me grinding my teeth?" And I said, "Yeah. Why are you doing that?" And she said, "Because it feels so good when I stop." I don't know if she was serious, like, I mean, if she really meant what she was saying.
Or she was being sarcastic.
That's right. I mean, but she just delivered it in this, like, deadpan sort of face. Like, well, because it feels so good when I stop. Like, what are you, stupid? And I busted out laughing. I was just, and then of course they started coughing, and you're coughing again. I'm like, well, I cough all the time. Yeah, it was so weird. So anyways, it was like the highlight of the conversation. She seemed better. And what I mean by that is she was more communicative. She seemed, I wouldn't say she was more with it. I think she still lost some points there, but she seemed better.
Right.
Yeah.
We'll take it.
Exactly.
Right? We'll accept that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not decline.
What?
That isn't a decline.
Oh, no decline. No decline. But like I said, those points that she lost
Yeah.
from the UTI and stuff, I wouldn't say she really got them back, but her overall affect, mood, etc. seemed better.
It sounds like she's not really good.
But yeah, she is. She is. Of course, like every home, it's not. I've only been there one time, and it was for a short period of time, so I don't really know it that well. Whereas the other place she was at with Dad, I was there once a month for, I don't know, 6, 8 months. And so I think that place is a lot better. This place is more of a nursing home. But they do have good activities for her.
That's
They're
important.
they're short staffed, of course. And I'm sure they have a big turnover, but she seems okay, and my brother doesn't complain about it. So, I mean, that tells me a lot right there, because David is, well, you know what happened with my dad, how he was. Yeah. So, I mean, if Mom was being neglected in any way, or they were finding her in wet diapers all the time, or, you know what I mean? He would be infuriated, and I would hear about it.
Okay.
Well, I shouldn't say that. He probably wouldn't tell me.
Okay. I wonder.
Yeah, I mean, it could go either way. I mean, on one hand, if I'm thinking the better half of him, he would tell me. But then I think about him and how he is afraid of me and afraid of upsetting me. He wouldn't tell me. So, I don't know. That's the thing. I mean, if I could, if there were a way to do it, that I could somehow be here, move there, and be closer to them, I think I would do it. But it's such an overwhelming task. I wouldn't know where to begin, and I don't know that I could follow through with it. And then, of course, there's money, which I don't have. So, I'm here for the duration. And of course, are you coming? I don't know if I ever told you about. I met this guy through my mechanic, and it was primarily so that I could go and get the new car registered, because the old car literally died when I pulled into the mechanic to pick up the new car. Anyways, so he hooked me up with this guy named Dave to transport me back and forth from Olean to register the new car and do all that bureaucratic bullshit. And he's very passive aggressive. The way I describe him. He's nice enough. But he is really manipulative. And I didn't know this. I mean, when he gave me the ride back and forth to DMV and all of that, I Now, I thought it was a good idea. $100. Okay. Well, this guy, it was fucking unbelievable. The last year, I said, he goes, well, do you want me to drive your car, or do you want to go in my car? I said, well, you're driving, drive your car. I said, you are going to have to stop. I can go to the bathroom and smoke a cigarette. You know, no big deal. It's a 2.5-hour trip, right? That's the way he went. He took every fucking back road. He's from around here. So he thought he'd show me the site. And I was getting angrier and angrier. And I said to him, this is taking too long. It took us, I don't know, it took us at least an hour longer than it should have. Okay?
Wow.
Yeah. And the more I pointed out to him that this was not the way to go, the more he talked about, oh, well, over there lives so-and-so, and over there was this and that. And it was like being on, I don't know, some really bizarre tour. And I just trying not to get upset and like totally blow this guy out of the water. I just ignored him. I go, every now and again. When we finally get there, and I went up and I just stayed with her for 45 minutes, an hour. It was, I'm going to say about 3 o'clock when I left. Yeah, because we left at 11:30. Now, if I had driven it myself, the way I go, which is 2.5 hours, 125 miles exactly. Okay, well, 125 miles from my driveway to where my parents used to live in Pittsburgh. But you know what I mean. Anyway, we left at 3 o'clock. Well, all of a sudden now, he wants to drive out to, where were we? From Portland Avenue. And he wants to drive to Spencerport to look at a mobile home, an RV, for his son, who's going to be homeless in 2 weeks or some shit, right? And I said, I really didn't have that planned. I'd like to get home, blah, blah, blah. Well, of course, he's looking at his phone. And I'm sorry, I don't care what people say, maps on phones are wrong. At least that's my experience. Anyone who has ever used a map on a phone usually ends up getting lost, or it takes a lot longer than they say it should. Anyway, so I thought, okay, the guy's supposed to be homeless. I can't be a complete asshole, right? So, of course, it's not 15 minutes away, it's 40 minutes away. He takes forever, and then, he was just going to look at it. Or at least that's what he told me. And I said, okay, well, you've looked at it, let's go. And he goes, oh, no, the guy's coming out to meet him. We'd already been there half an hour. Now it's like 5 o'clock. And I really get at it. I brought an audiobook along to listen to. You know what he said about that? He said, oh, well, I guess if you like listen, just take this. See if I can remember exactly how he put it. I had it on primarily, so I didn't have to listen to him. Thinking maybe it was a really good story. And I listened to it before. Like I said, it's a good story. And because you want to listen to something that is made up. And I said, well, I'm not listening to the news, which is just as made up. And,
Oh no, don't tell me that it's a politics.
no, actually, there's one thing we agree on. Believe it or not, because if we didn't, I would never have asked him for a ride.
Okay.
So that was one thing we actually did agree on pretty much out of the gate because Trump had done something incredibly stupid again. Anyway, we finally reached Sunset Ford, and I said, well, you're going to have to turn around to get back on the 490 south, to pick up 590 south, to pick up 690 south.
Sure.
Oh no, if I just go down this way, Karen, it took us 3 hours of back roads. By the time I got home, it was 7:30.
God, what a schlep.
And I haven't asked him for a ride since. Because I did tell him, I said, next time you're driving my car and you're going the way I go. And none of this slipping around the countryside. And if he has any extra errands, do sometime other than that. I said, this is my $100 I just spent, and you just wasted at least that gas, and much more than that of my time. I was just glad we got back.
I bet.
I was,
I'm glad he wasn't a dangerous character.
well, right, anyway, so I have not asked this guy for a ride. I've talked to him a couple times on the phone. He had a problem with his heart, and, we talked on the phone a couple different times. The last time he called me, I didn't call him back. I hate to even, he's the only person I could ask for. I've got to try to do it myself. Which,
What about a Greyhound bus?
no, that would be, no, I want to make, because then I would end up having to stay overnight. No, that wouldn't work. Somebody would have to pick me up at the bus station, yada yada. So, I don't know, if I could get myself up and out of bed, and now Saturday, I did get up, not real early or anything, it was around 11, and I burned the garbage. I collected all the garbage in the house that needed to go to the dump. Got it in the trunk. Got my library returns. Went to the library. Went to the grocery store. Went to the dump. Picked up birdseed. And came home. You know what happened? This was horrible. I couldn't believe it. For years, well, not years, well, ever since I can't carry 50 pounds of birdseed in the house. So, say the last 4 years. Okay? I leave it in the car, and then that way I can take the utility can out to the car and fill it up from the bag. And then when the bag is something that I can carry into the house, I take it into the house.
Yeah.
Right? Never had a problem.
Don't tell me it's still.
No. My shoot through my trunk, got to the bird seed, and chewed out the bottom part of it. Huh?
those critters?
Well, I got 5 mouse traps, really good mouse traps. They put one little paw on where the bait is, and this jawed thing marks them right on the neck.
Sounds lovely.
Yeah. Well, I couldn't figure out. Here, now I've got a bottom, a hole in the bottom of the bag. Okay? So I can't just pick it up. I've got to get another bag underneath it so I don't check birdseed all the way to the house.
Right.
Right? So I don't want to get an empty birdseed bag. I put it under there. Well, it's 50,000 birdseed.
Very.
Yeah. And at the time I wasn't thinking, I was just thinking, why now? I mean, I've got mice in the house. I always have. You know, the thing is, they live here. There's not a lot I can do about it. Every now and again, a trap catches one of them. But I'm never going to get rid of them.
Even with Finn and Poppy, huh?
Are you kidding me? Poppy, if she catches one, she plays with them. She doesn't kill it. Finn is never home long enough. And my other cats, I have 4 cats in there with one of the worst mice infestations I had. Morgan brought mice home. Nobody was ever in the house long enough to actually catch one. They didn't seem to think that the mice in the house were prey. I don't know what they thought, but they never.
It's very weird.
I had one cat, Brady. She was good, but she would do shit like bring home a live chipmunk, put it in the bathtub, and torture it.
Oh, God.
Yeah, it was horrible. Like I said, Morgan, she was the only real hunt. Jimmy hunted, but she would bring it home. And so would Morgan, and then they eat half of it and leave it out on the kitchen floor in the hallway, or no, it was always,
You had so much love for those cats to have to deal with that. Dead carcasses. Oh.
You know what? Sure, nothing bothers me anymore.
Do you think you're complacent, or you think you're just so depressed that you don't give a shit about anything or anyone?
Oh. I think I just. I mean, okay, I've got 2 mouse traps under this thing, right? And every now and again, I don't know, a couple times a month, they both have dead mice in them. Now, what would be your reaction?
Throw the fucking shit away and get it out of the house so it doesn't smell.
Okay. But would you be like totally grossed out?
I've seen it. Yeah, I mean, you have to understand. You're talking to somebody that abhors mice. I'd much rather deal with bugs than mice.
I'd rather deal with mice. I don't know. Well, no, I'm not big on bugs either, but I don't know. I think it's gotten to a point where I'm used to it. It doesn't faze me. Half a dead chipmunk in the hallway, okay, pick it up by the tail, throw it over.
It just comes with the territory.
Exactly. It's just part of what you have to do to live here. I don't have time to be upset about it. I mean, did I enjoy it? No, I hated
everybody's always told me. Now, when we had Missy, we didn't have my sibling. We might have had a one or two, but I never, that was really my only long-term cat. The only other cat I had was all the way back in Rochester, the late 80s after, right around when I got married. 87, the late 80s, and right before we met. And I had this kitten named Biscuits. Well, it was a terror, and I ended up having to call the ASPCA to come get him. So I really don't know, because Missy was my cat for 12 years, but she lived until she was 22. I got her when she was 10.
22, that's how old Morgan was when she died. She was the oldest of the four cats. Panda was next, she was 21. Timmy was 16.
Timmy was never all that hardy, was she?
Oh no, she was. She was actually, she was the roach of the litter.
That's what I remember.
Yep, she was the roach of the litter, but she was a tough cat. I mean, for her, to look at her, you think she was just mixed prim and proper. Well, she would take on dogs. Oh yeah, she was, if a dog got too close to her, she had no problem. Paws out and smack it on the nose. And if it didn't want it, yeah, she would go eat shit on the dog. She really would. If she thought she could be beat, of course she went up the tree, but she would at least give it a good hard smack first. Now, what happened with Timmy, when Britain died, Timmy became hyperthyroid. And
Hyper. Yes. And she got really sick and wouldn't eat.
All she did was eat, but she got to losing weight. Everything is hyper. And I tried some herbal stuff that I got online, and she was down to 6 pounds. And normally, I mean, she wasn't a heavyweight. I think the most she ever weighed was maybe 11. She was down to 5.5 pounds, so I finally took in and, took her to the vet. So, okay, now she's on hyperthyroid medicine, which, I don't know if you ever had taken the same pill, but
it's so hard.
Yeah, well, I had took sugar, which makes it a lot easier, but Timmy at first was so hard. She finally, realized she's going to be doing this to me every day. So I may as well just, sit back and take it because fighting her is too hard. So, I mean, within a month, it wasn't a big deal, but she really took a hit. Then, the following year, she went into congestive heart failure. Well, yes and no. So now she's on Lasix. But at the same time, I got to give her subcutaneous fluids because she would dehydrate like that. So it was a balance. So that was a problem. Well, anyways, so now she's 16. She's congestive heart failure and hyperthyroid. Then I think what happened is her kidneys started to go. I'm not 100% sure.
Why does that happen to cats so much?
Because of the
some kind of not collaborative, what's the word, correlated. They're correlated, that disease is correlated to the genetics of the cat.
So then I think her kidneys started to go. Then she said, well, then her hearing went. I mean, it was like little tiny things kept going or getting worse or whatever. And then one day she was just completely out of it. And I made a baby sling and I carried her around with me until she died. You know, but she
So
was
heartbreaking to hold on and say.
And, well, no, actually, you know what she did? She was totally out of it. Like I said, I'm pretty sure her kidneys and her liver shut down, and the toxins just built up in her system. She would be completely out of it, comatose, and then suddenly get up and try to wander around. And, was breathing all over, and then she just fall over.
Yep.
Yeah.
Missy got so she couldn't stand. So we just carried her around. David and I went late into the night and Eric fell asleep. And David and I took turns holding her. Then all of a sudden she got the hiccups and we looked it up. And
Yeah. Anyway, she was here on the bed with me. I fell asleep. I woke up. She was on the bed with me. She was halfway out the bedroom door. She was 10. Yeah, she was my favorite. Jimmy was great. She's such a pistol. Such a pistol. She really was. She just did crazy ass things.
She had real guts and personality.
Oh, did she? I mean, they all did, but she was my first real baby. Her and Britton were 3 weeks apart. Britton was born. Yeah, Britton was born July 4th. Jimmy was born July 27th.
So it's coming up on my I don't know. You're not in. You should take care of any pets I take.
I can't. Jared, I barely can take care of myself. I mean, we got another access from that damn stray cat. And she's like Morgan. She was prone to abscesses. And cats have nails. So cats get fights, they get puncture wounds. Not always, but in some cats, they abscess. It just is the way it is. Well, she had this abscess. I didn't realize it at first. And then she was laying on the bed with me, and the base of her tail was lopsided. One side of it was larger than the other. And she had been developing this abscess for probably a week.
She had been developing what?
The abscess.
Oh, the abscess. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And, of course, she's not going to let me near it. So I just wait for it to open. Eventually it does. I just hope it doesn't open when she's on the bed. Yeah. And got it pretty well trained almost right away.
It's a good thing you're a veterinarian and a nurse.
Yeah, well, my other cats, I would have hot packed it, I would have done this, now I just look at it and go, well, it'll cost what it costs, you know? And if it doesn't, you know, the thing is, the first access she got, I didn't even know it, but she got sick. She got a real high fever. She got systemically sick. Fundamentally, migrates to other parts of the house. But that's what she was doing. And it took me a few days to realize that she was actually hiding. And then I realized she had a fever. She was sick, yeah. And then I realized she had an abscess. Okay, where is it? Because it wasn't obvious. And, yeah, I almost took her to the vet. My vet retired. He didn't send me a note. I was pissed. But between the, I gave her snacks, right, which kept her fever down, so she felt better. And then, by that time, the abscess was ready to close, so we didn't. I'm trying to remember where it was. I think it was on her night then. But anyway, yeah, that first time she got sick. Now, these last three abscesses she has gotten sick with. They're just really gross. And they take forever to heal. But anyway. So what's new in your house? Anything? Oh, David's doing a little better, so I feel really good about that. They've been getting out. Yeah. I'm learning how to not hover. He kind of came out of the woods about 2 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago. And once he stopped, you could tell that he might have a thought about it. He's not really having active suicidal ideation, so I was really glad for that. And then he began to function better and started going out with Daniela and by himself. And I don't know, I'm just trying to foster his independence, but still offer support. Right. But it's slow going. Yeah. Well, he's been in the dark woods for quite a while. So you know how long it can take to well, he gave up marijuana back in the fall after having smoked it every day for a year. And then I guess it was in October that he realized he was not feeling good on it, so he went off it cold turkey, which made him really sick. Yeah. Yeah, I've heard people say that. Like we talked about before, the dope that's out there nowadays is so strong. Yeah, anything we ever smoked. And we thought we were all that with Hawaiian, Sensiblia. Oh yeah, I know. Colombian gold, yeah. Now they have names that you just can't even imagine. And it's legal, so, figure that one out. Yeah, you can drive on it and hardly ever get caught. Unless you're being reckless and someone cites you. Right. But I don't, that's the part I don't like. I'm more of it depends. In a lot of instances, I think I lean towards live and let live.
But with the marijuana, I just don't like that it's okay to drive on it. I don't think it is. And I know that firsthand because my dad used to take me everywhere high. And I remember what a maniac he was in the car.
Right, right. Well, I don't know. It's not legal to drive high. It's just driving high, you're a lot less likely to get caught than driving drunk.
Yeah, but you're impaired.
Exactly. If they do stop you and test you, and you're positive, you get driving while impaired.
Hmm.
Yeah, no, it's still illegal. It's just your people don't get caught.
Yeah.
Because their coordination is not as effective as it is by alcohol.
Yeah.
And and your inhibitions are drastically lowered like they are with alcohol.
Mine were.
Yeah. Alcohol just pulls, yeah.
Well, my dear, I miss you. It's been great catching up with you a little bit.
Yeah.
And call me anytime.
I will. And I'm sorry I don't call more often. I don't do a lot of things.
Yeah. I know. Have it rough, Susie. Rougher than most. But I admire your spirit. You're still spirited. I love that about you. Alright, we'll talk again soon.
We love you too.
Eric just said to tell you that he loves you. Okay, bye. David's on the map at home.
Oh, is that right? Hmm.
Are you able to do something for me that around the house?
Right now?
No.
It's kind of late. What were you thinking?
It's to be swept here.
Oh, okay. Whoa.
What?
I'm just making noise.
how long are you gonna be there now?
Gosh, honey, you say it like I'm doing something terrible.
I don't mean it like that. I don't know. I guess that was depressing. So.
Oh, sorry.
Just a little.
I don't plan to be that long, to be honest with you. Okay? Hon?
Said you didn't plan to be that long.
No, I don't.
I'm feeling kind of out of commission, and that's bothering me because the house is getting messy. My back hurts a lot today. Hips have hurt me. My shoulders are really bad.
Well, I don't know what to do to help all that.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I'm happy to rub you.
Yeah, that would help. Sure. Thank you.
Okay, hon.
It just really.
I see
And I
that.
hate that because there aren't that many dishes and they need to wash.
Yeah, but you could let it go for a night.
Well, not really. First of all, I found out where some of the bugs have been hiding. I opened up the closet in the bathroom to get a roll of toilet paper.
Yeah.
The closet under the bathroom sink.
Yeah.
They're all dead and running around.
You serious?
Yeah. Like a haven of them there. Did you put any hotels there?
Underneath.
You gotta clean out that closet. Not today.
Yeah. Well, I could spray.
Yeah, you could spray, but don't spray on the toilet paper or the soap. There's certain things under there that would have to come out and spray. Mostly, I think.